The year is 2026. It's been 7 years since we've peered into the veil of what happens in the dear river city of Brisbane. The last bastion of the Camarilla in the continent of Australia. Yes, it is actually a continent. I'm not true carrying this. For as long as Brisbane has stood, it has been under Camarilla rule. One prince, one court, one city. But in the intervening 7 years since the last time that we peered in to the lives and times of the members of this dear city, much has happened. The linchpin of the entire operation, Prince Alex Maylin, has finally succumbed to the call of the Heralders of the Beckoning, and has started her journey to the Middle East. And has left a vacuum in her place. No one kindred maintains enough popularity with the rest of the kindred of the city in order to declare praxis. And as such, the throne of Prince remains empty, filled by the former seneschal as an interim, although some would call her pretender. Tower of Ivory has begun to fracture. Clans forming factions amongst themselves. A single united front splintering into several smaller sects, whilst the enemies of the Ivory Tower lick their chops. The Anarch movement. The horrific zealots of the Sabbat. And others. Enemies thought gone. Enemies thought quiet. Now raising their head. In the coming sessions, we will join a coterie that sits on the precipice of a city at open war with itself. They will know the true meaning of darkness and the depths of kindred depravities. They will know the true meaning of Hellfire. I would like to take the time now to introduce our wonderful coterie. These lovely people who have decided to allow me to guide them through my little house of horrors. I'm going to go counterclockwise from where I sit on the screen. And so we will start with Skye. Why don't you introduce yourself to our lovely audience?
There's not much to be said. Just one agile gangrel trying to make it through this city. All they really have to do is point me in the right direction, tell me what they want, and I can either go remove the problem, fetch them the item they need.
A solver of problems, a bearer of needs. Lovely, lovely. Next, we move to one of the newest members of Kindred Society in Brisbane. Judge, introduce yourself.
Good evening. Name's Judge. I've been in Brisbane a couple of years now. Moved here from the States. But, kind of new to this kindred thing. I've had my experiences with them a little bit before all this politics, you see. But I'll maybe get into that later. As nickname has said, I am Judge. I help proceed with court hearings and dealings and sentences in Brisbane. I used to be day, but now I can't do that, so move to night dealings now. But I help make sure that the streets stay clean in a sense.
A judge who lives up to his namesake. A vigilante, a bleeding heart. Next, we come to a reintroduction. A pillar of the city, eager to prove himself. Mr. Wellsworth, please reintroduce yourself.
Doctor, actually. Professor at the Queensland University of Technology, and still do very much a lot of lectures and other such things at the university these nights, given that I can't teach during the day anymore. But that doesn't stop me from performing my duties. I've served the Camarilla as a shadow for a coterie before, and am sort of serving as one now, in a sense. These kindred need guidance. They need proper education. They need to understand the situation in which they find themselves. Some of them are new. Some of them are Brisbane natives. Some of them are not. Transplants. And so, just, I suppose, reprising my role as a shadow. And so here I am.
A shadow, a wall, a teacher. Let's see if you stand the ordeals that are before you.
Quite.
Next, we move to one of said transplants. Ashton, introduce yourself.
Salutations, brothers and sisters. I am Ashton Sacks of Clan Markavian. Much of a socialite, but I do dealings in the dark as those that are deemed necessary by this court and my own bloodline. I am a spiritualist, an occultist, using ghosts and signs to tell fortunes and sway the dead. I am here to perhaps be of moral compass or to relieve those of sins deemed quite necessary. I also have a lack for late, but my primary duty is to, of course, delve into the dark. Nothing too special.
An occultist. Mystic. Guiding light. Although assuredly that sun is black and baleful, rather than any guy truly guiding light. Now we move to an inheritor. A courtier. A flighty bitch. Valentina, please introduce yourself.
Why, of course, darling. Valentina Visage, globalized fashionista extraordinaire. My works are akin to the greats such as Iris Van Herpen or Alexander McQueen. You would only find my works among the most noble, the wealthiest, and luxurious. Of course, I mean that both in regards to mortal and immortal kind. My goals are simple. I visited Brisbane about a decade ago. Got to meet the beautiful Alex Malin. To the discovery that she was my grandsire. Of course, after that, I had to go away to the courts of Paris, home of the Toreador. But I've been brought back to this city as a result of the prince's abdication of the throne. And now I intend to assert her legacy through the city. By my will, I intend to make sure that the new prince will be wearing my design.
Enterprising, entrepreneurial. Your grandsire would be proud so long as you make it flashy. You learned how she was for pomp. And finally, but certainly not least, we have someone who wants to make a name for herself, throw off the shackles that bind her, and find her place in this crazy, fucked up world we find ourselves in. Lucy, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself for us?
Hi, my name is Lucy. I was a Seattle native before I got drugged halfway around the world to this place. I don't really have a last name. The girl that did kind of died a while ago, but yeah, I just want to figure out how the hell to deal with all this. I've been kept on a short leash for most of my life, and I have to learn. This is all strange.
A strange world indeed, and it's only going to get stranger the more you learn. Such as it will be that such learning will begin. As we zoom in on a night much like the ones you all find yourself in. A night like any other. At least. As the world slowly but surely burns around you with flames invisible, except to those who take the time to look. You all start this night on hunger 1 and awake. No rouse checks required. And as you all awake in your various havens and states of dress and or undress, each of you would receive a knock at your door. I told you. When the door is opened, you see that there is a man or a woman. It differs. But the dress is the same. Plain black suit. And each of you are handed a wax-sealed envelope before the person dismisses themselves without a single word. Within the envelope is an invitation. That the Herald Celeste Velcost and Sheriff Lucius Tredor cordially request your presence at Elysium this night. We cut to there. I'd like to ask my players. We'll go one at a time. How do you handle such an invitation? You've received your letter. You've read its contents.
Properly thrown in the shredder.
Efficient.
I would run in to meet Clayton. I got this letter. What the hell do I do?
Well, what does it say?
It says I've got to go to a meeting and these people sound really important.
Would you say that if a mortal was to pick up that letter, that they would understand what all of it means?
I don't know. They probably think it's from some kind of a play. Something. I don't know. I get that we probably got to destroy it. I mean, I don't know how to deal with this meeting. I don't have anything to wear. I don't. And Lucy's just going to start almost hyperventilating and like going through all the things that she doesn't know what's going to happen.
Miss Lucy.
Yes.
The reason you're here It's because I can help you with that.
I know. That's why I'm here. What do I do?
Well, the meeting is tonight, so we've got to get you dressed proper quick.
I have my nice hoodie.
For the status of this event, I don't think the hoodie would be appropriate. We need a proper dress.
Okay, I've worn a dress since I was young. Alright.
Which is why we're going to go to the store. We're going to go get you something rather quick, something we can get just off the shelf, because we don't have time to tailor something.
You can tailor a dress? I thought that was for suits.
It's got to be form-fitted. The court has a tailor.
That makes sense.
Anyway, I didn't anticipate
You
this.
know, you know, Clayton, that the court has several tailors, 3 of which are exclusively for suits.
Mm-hmm. So, we're going to get you something nice, something fast. In fact, and he's going to make a call to Allison. And he is going to ask her to go and pick up something in Lucy's size rather quickly. Because Lucy can't be seen in public going out to something like a like an off-the-shelf clothing store.
But it's not like it'd be a masquerade breach, but you know, she'd get really funny looks because she looks like the remnants of if a young woman got hit by a bus.
The mask helps. Especially because that's, you know, a little bit more accepted these days.
Oh yes, yes it is. But Allison would respond to you. Should be lucky then that I know exactly what size she is. I'll be around shortly. With something. What's the occasion? We talking like formal, or will just something nice do?
Formal enough. I wouldn't say black tie, but I wouldn't exactly say casual either.
Cocktail, got it.
Cocktail. I'll trust your judgment.
Very well, I'll have that around shortly.
Fantastic. And Clayton is going to don a very nice suit tie, sort of ensemble,
And
in a
that would
dark
be replete.
blue.
And that would be replete with your cufflinks.
Mm-hmm.
Because you hadn't been formally gifted yours yet by the time of River City Secrets, but you would have received them in the intervening 7 years, most certainly. The
Cufflinks and tie
Ventry Board of
pin.
Brisbane.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Very old tradition, that one, but one that Maylin always, not necessarily enforced, but always endorsed the Ventru in the city to keep up. You know how she always was for appearances.
Indeed.
And as Allison arrives with that dress, we're going to quickly jump cut to Valentina. You've received your letter and read its contents. And felt no less than 3 or 4 shudders down your spine for some reason or another.
What do you mean by that, dear?
You have a particular sense for when someone is talking about fashion faux pas and other disasters in your particular line of expertise that need cleaning.
Well, I'm sure this will go swimmingly. At least for me. The letter goes into the incinerator. Meanwhile, here in my penthouse, there are a few outfits that I have already prepared for such occasions. Now, one of the core values that I uphold to is I will never appear to an Elysium without wearing something new. It's sort of like the celebrity status. If you're seen in something you've worn before, well, that's a problem. It's not exactly in style. It doesn't speak. And precisely, there's nothing more said than showing up in something big, beautiful, and bold. Now, all things considered, of course, I have to consider who I will be meeting. I'm not entirely unfamiliar with the circumstances here. I've been spending some time getting to know a bit more about the court's position and where it has currently crumbled since my dear grandsire has made her way out. And as such, I think it would be fitting to wear white. Something with quite the silhouette, but still subtle. And so it's going to emphasize curves, and it's going to have a trail. And so that's what I go in and locate out of the many bold pieces that I have available to me.
Flash of light with a subtle, understated undercurrent of purity. With a color that so quickly colors to something else under external stimuli. So quickly does red stain white.
Almost certain. The piece that I find is ravishing. Rhinestones trailing all the way down the front. And of them, trickled in, is red gems, red stones, that look almost as if a waterfall of blood is leading down and across my front to my ribs and down my hip.
An interesting choice. As you contemplate your dress and no doubt have some menial hand get you into such a garment, because come now, you're far too rich to dress yourself. You design the clothing. We move to something a little more rough and tumble. Guy, what is your reaction to your summons to Elysium this night?
Gotta roll my eyes at this one. I hate getting dressed up, hate getting all fancy. But invitation goes right into the shredder. And I don't have anything fancy. So picking out a dress that's not completely formal, but should be good enough. Bit of a burgundy color with a corset on. I had to stop and think about that. My apologies on that one. A bit of cardigan to go over it. Just enough
Interesting.
that, if needed, I can still move around as I need to.
Form and function.
Would rather be in some sort of, pantsuit, but when I brought that up to some of the others, well, the lecture I got was less than fun.
You just haven't spoken to the right people.
No, probably not.
We move from a beautiful mixture of aesthetic and function to judge.
After reading the letter, I would end up shredding it and making sure I toss out the trash. Leave dumpster immediately before going back to my closet. Yeah, formal gathering. This was to be expected, so I would end up pulling out one of my suits. It's a bit more formal than the usual get-up that I would wear, so a bit of a red pinstripe this time. Usually I have a scales lapel pin that I would end up pinning to myself. I always have to have a bit of a accessory to go with it. And I would also bring my cane along with me. I never go anywhere without it, even though it's a bit bigger than most canes. But it has a surprise, so got to make sure be prepared.
Well, no one's going to look at you too out of the way for walking with a cane like that. You do strike one as the kind of gentleman that would carry one for aesthetic reasons.
Absolutely.
From the definition of dapper to something with a little bit more edge. Ashton,
Yes.
what is thy response to receiving this summons to Elysium?
Well, first I will incinerate it, as to not leave evidence of said invitation behind. And as I watch this invitation burn, I will say, look carefully then how you walk, not as unwise, but as wise, making the best use of time because the days are evil. And I will go get dressed, because I need to be punctual. It is sin to be late. So he's gonna like kind of. A lot of his attire is gothic because his particular, the way that he looks, he kind of only works with that sort of aesthetic. So it's like this, like kind of like this black sort of like hat, black button up with this like striped black and white sort of kind of like thin dress jacket. He's probably got like a chain. He's got black dress pants, black shoes.
If it's the reference you said, it's a pinstripe suit. It's just
Yes.
the pinstripes are very, very clear.
Yeah, he's pulling up in a pinstripe suit basically. All
right.
And he will do his best to be off.
Okay. Lucy, Clayton, Allison would be around with a dress, an understated red number, not like bright red, but like a somewhat like a burgundy, but a little brighter. Something that captures the finer looking parts, whilst perhaps underplaying a little bit the horrific nature of your bane, Lucy. Ever since being transformed, shall we put it, you probably haven't ever seen yourself look this good. No sense.
Lucy would just kind of look down at herself and like, kind of like spin on her toes a little bit and like look in the mirror. Oh. Then she'll like look up and see the grin. And she'll just kind of start looking around for her mask.
It's on the table beside the mirror, where you left it.
I'm going to hold it up and look at Clayton. Is this okay to wear in Elysium? Or do I have to get a fancy one of these too?
You would know that would be fine. You would know that would be fine, Clayton. The Nosferatu are given leniency for whatever they feel they need to wear in order to lessen their
Feel
afflictions.
presentable. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can wear it whatever you like. It's not going to offend anyone in court. It's more of a personal preference from yourself. You don't required to wear it. But if you feel that someone is maybe being a little harsh as a result to your appearance, such as with the toreador, then perhaps putting up that barrier will help smooth things.
Okay, you think I should then?
Bring it with you at least. And whenever you're feeling uncomfortable about it, then you put it on.
And she'll just kind of like slowly put it on. Okay.
Elysium is
I'd
about
assume-
where we're supposed to be the freest of ourselves. Where you don't have to hide, but but you must have proper decorum, obviously.
I would assume it's the usual place then.
Yes, indeed.
Allison speaks up. All right.
Thank
Then
you,
once you are ready, we
Miss
shall be off.
Allison. How did you know my size? It fits really well. And she's just going to kind of like pulling it and like,
I have an eye for detail.
And your clothing has tags.
oh, well, that makes sense. What? How would you know a dress size? Don't like. All I wear are the sweatpants and t-shirts.
That's why I said I have an eye for detail. And she just smiles and pivots on her hip, on her heel. I'll get the car warmed up.
Thank you.
I'll be waiting outside. And she'll kind of, like, just kind of toe after her. kind of trying to figure out how to probably walk in, like, some kind of a heeled shoe that she probably has worn forever.
Would have gotten you platforms. So
Yeah.
nothing too rough. Like, yeah, it's got a little bit of a heel, but it's nothing like
Okay.
awful. Because she's not going to inflict on you the thought of, yeah, you're going to have to learn how to
Learn
walk
how to
in
walk on
stilettos.
stilettos. No, these are wedges.
Yeah, basically, yeah, they're wedges.
Okay. No, it was going to be fun. I was going to hope you made me make a dexterity check or something, maybe.
No, that'll be after Valentina gets her hands on you.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because she will. Inevitably, she will. That is not a matter of if, that is a matter of when.
Am I about to become someone's Barbie?
Yeah, probably. Not much else to say there, truthfully. But as you all get prepared and you make your way to Elysium, I would like, if you please, an etiquette roll. You may decide the attribute you use, and that will flavor the way you manage to keep decorum. But you get your choice of attribute, but the skill is etiquette.
Oh, wonderful. I actually have some expression in this.
Status dots will apply as a bonus modifier, as will anything to do with looks. And
I don't happen to have. No, I don't have that as a background. I don't have status. Didn't take it.
So
I have a thought. Am I allowed to rouse for this?
You may.
Because otherwise, or no, you know what? It makes sense to not have this since I've never done it.
Yes, you haven't really had to appear at Elysium yourself, outside of the couple of times where you were brought before the prince, but your sire was there and she did all the talking, and you were basically told to sit down and shut up and look. But yes, any looks, any status will apply as a modifier.
Oh, good.
I am going to use resolve.
I was also about to also say I'm going to use resolve for this.
Okay.
I'm gonna rouse for this.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm rousing as well. God damn.
Very well.
As fun as it would be to try to use Dex, I'm just going to use Composure instead.
I should have roused.
Why is Clayton the only one with a different?
It's because his sheet is the old one and has the API turned on. Because I have a pro account, I can use the API, which does do the calculation of critical hits and things like that for you.
Oh, do you want me to turn it off?
Yeah, I mean you can't. I mean people can't see the rolls, so it's fine.
Let me.
Like it's no
gonna
worry.
use
It's a tick box at the top.
Yeah, I turned it off.
I'll take a.
Oh, I also
6 for 500. Thank you.
Okay. Never mind. I thought my sheet was set to whisper rolls, but it's not.
Nope. Let's see. We have.
I'll willpower that.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. One for Lucy. If you would like to spend willpower, you may. So currently 1 for Lucy. We have.
I'm letting it ride.
All right. We have a failed rouse check from Valentina, a failed rouse check from Skye, a successful rouse check from Ashton, and a failed rouse check from Judge. So there's quite a bit of blood being thrown around here.
Mm-hmm.
But we have 1 from Lucy, we have 3 from Clayton. We have 5 from Skye. We have 7 and a crit from Ashton.
Mm.
We have 6 from Valentina.
Oh,
And we have 2 from Judge.
I'm shocked. Well, good on everyone.
Alright. Okay. We'll start with the lowest and go to the highest. Lucy, as you step in alongside Clayton and you feel the weight of the presences in this room, the way they look at each other, the way they look at you as you enter. It's almost crushing. You to shelter by Clayton for support, but with 1 success, even with a 1, it would have been a bestial failure normally because of the 1 on your hunger die. However, you have managed to shelter by Clayton, and your naivete of the politics and decorum at Elysium is protecting you from harm. Although, whether such things are actually brought up or not, we'll see. Judge. You haven't hit your stride today. You always try your best to appear as sophisticated as you possibly can to fit as your role, as your namesake, but today there just seems to be something off. There's something missing. Maybe there's something in the air, something about the way the people are that is kind of set you a little off kilter today. And it seems that the more eagle-eyed in the room have noticed. Clayton.
Mm.
You stand as regally as you do, as befits your clan and your station. And with Lucy by your side and all of that, you seem to you're slowly guiding her through the motions of decorum. None of your coterie, as they have been introduced to you, a couple of months beforehand, have gotten any egg on their face. Judge seems a little off kilter, and of course Lucy being so new and this being her first Elysium on her own, without her sire present.
It's about as good as we could
Points
expect.
for not necessarily major concern, but enough to notice.
About as well as I could have expected, I guess.
Next is Skye. As befitting your clan and your clan status in the city, it is not grace that you show, but stoicism. There are two things that this court has in antiquity and perpetuity that have been appreciated above all others. The first are the marks of grace and elegance. And second are the marks of stoic composure, and you right now resemble the latter. You navigate the niceties fine, but you exude the more predatory of the two natures that are so desired in Elysium, and as such, you are primarily left alone.
Well, that suits me just fine. I'm not good with all the small talk. I'm a performer.
Certainly not. You have proven yourself to be one who prefers the work of action rather than words, and your countenance proves it. Valentina, you strut in with your bold and beautiful dress, your magnanimous demeanor, and the eyes of the court turn to you, as they well should in your mind. With the exception of a exceptionally well-dressed, tall, thin individual standing off to the side. His hair a mop of black with highlights of red and a clearly gothic demeanor. You're clearly the best dressed person in the room. And it shows.
As it should. It is, after all, my profession. And I want them all to know precisely what it is that they can gain in their proximity to me.
And how unfortunate for you it is that when the last member of your little cadre follows up behind you, that their eyes turn to him more intently than they were looking at you.
Valentina audibly frowns.
And you turn to face the newcomer into the room, and you see why. It's not what he's wearing. Not that what he's wearing is bad in any sense. It is sophisticated enough, a pinstripe suit with a little bit of gothic styling with the chains and black dress shirt. It's dark, but it's fitting for his rather monstrous demeanor. It's not what he's wearing, it's how he's wearing it. It is if the clothing and him are walking in concert together of this concept of an angel in the dark. Not necessarily beautiful in the traditional sense, but there is an eerie, haunting beauty about it, despite the fact that the only one who looks uglier than him physically is Lucy, and she's cursed. Ashton, as you enter the room, you don't know whether it's your presence, the way that you're walking, as if there is a sentiment and approval, at least by the non-player characters in the room. Because I'm not going to speak for these.
Yeah, noticing the attention, he's gonna kind of bow his head down a bit in greeting to sort of everyone. And under his breath, he will murmur, "But all things should be done decently and in order." And sort of make his way through.
Wow. As you do, I'll point out who it is that you see in the room. And we shall go from there. Oh, wondrous joy. Issues of the internet. I thought we were good. I guess we were for a little bit.
We were for a little while. Yep. I'm still recording, so we can
Looks like
continue.
it's back up too.
I think we shall.
The video on the stream is just going to be real bad, but I turned notification sounds off so that it don't get recorded.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Looks like it's back up.
It's repeatedly going down, so.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's less than kind. But such as it is, I shall now point out the 4 prominent figures in the room. There are easily a dozen kindred in here, talking amongst themselves. You of the transplants, with the exception of Lucy, are aware that Elysium tends to be rather active every night, more or less. Whether there are titled members of the court there is something to be seen, but Elysium is always active with people. Kindred. First is the black-haired, with the red highlights, the tall, thin man dressed in, or at least you think he's a man. It's very androgynous in that sense. His eyes kind of surveying the room as he stands off to the side, arms crossed, assessing and assessing, and not saying very much. More listening than speaking. Next. Is another man. Again, standing off to the side, this one more plainly dressed in a white suit. He's the only one in here with a clearly marked weapon. A sword on his hip. Sheathed, but there. And then there are the two figures by the throne in the back of the room. A throne that sits empty. A man and a woman, both dressed in impeccably tailored suits. The woman with a scepter sitting rested on her shoulder in parade style. And it is as she meets all of your eyes that she raises a hand for silence. And silence is what she gets. Ah, wonderful, wonderful. Just the people I was looking for have answered mine summons. Please, the 6 of you, come forward.
Clayton will take the initiative and start walking forward.
I'm
Guys
gonna
will
kind
end
of
up following.
fall in. Yeah, I'm gonna fall in and follow behind, like right behind. Try to stay out of sight a bit.
Not too far behind myself.
I would have stepped up forward at the same time as Clayton would. And, in turn, taken row beside him. My eyes do catch at the little young lady beside him. But only for fleeting moments.
And I, patient as ever, will take the rear.
And she seems to look over you. Her eyes flicking to the man that stands on the other side of the throne from her. Giving her a wordless nod before she looks back to you and continues.
I will go ahead and take a proper bow, given circumstances.
Duly noted.
I'm literally going to do whatever Clayton does.
Fair enough. Whilst normally I would love to do nothing more than indulge in the spurious pleasantries, time is an essential thing to us. And as such, I'm not going to mince words and simply get down to business, if that is alright with you, of course.
Absolutely.
It would come as no surprise to the 6 of you, nor to any other member of this court, that we are in an unwell situation. Our beautiful ivory tower is sick. She misses her heart. And whilst the skin is strong, and the pillars are strong, we find ourselves slowly but surely poisoning from within. And it befits us not. U6 as a coterie were formed in response to a changing of the times, and as such, I would task you with investigating some symptoms. We have received word that some of us are planning to defect.
Defect.
Correct. We know not whether it is to their own autarky, or whether they throw their lot in with the likes of the Anarch movement, or worse. Traditionally, our former prince was rather lenient on Anarchs. But it seems they seem fit to spit in the face of her legacy. What I would task you with is the investigation of such things. That I task you with the investigation of well, to put it simply, find out who is defecting and why. And where. Although that is rather optional, I don't think it really matters where. We currently have no wherewithal or bandwidth to accept betrayal.
If that is the will of the court, then it should
It
be done.
is. It certainly is. Sheriff, if you would speak a little on what you and your hounds have found. And the man steps forward. This operation is designed specifically to prevent any further fracturing within our ranks. Especially since those who sympathize with such causes, I'm sure, are here tonight. We have some trouble spots for you to come and investigate. Not necessarily at your leisure. Time is not necessarily ever on our side, but it is not necessary that you tackle them all at once. One after another should be sufficient, so long as the data coming from you is timely enough.
Of course.
We have reason to suspect, and I'm not at liberty to discuss any further here, that the Tremere may be up to something. Although we're not necessarily sure as to what. Which is rather concerning, given the last time they were up to something. Well, I needn't remind the court of the horror that was Lacrimus Sanguis Noctis. The danger that put everyone in.
After such an event, they would be remiss to try and, well, perhaps not, maybe in their eyes not ruin their status, but trample all over Prince Malen's efforts to legitimize them again.
Well, that we're not sure of. The Tremere, for the most part, have gone silent.
They'd be foolhardy to do it.
It would be foolish for anyone to cross us, even in our, more fractured state. We made a promise to the abdicating prince that we would ensure order, and order will be ensured.
Well, promises made, promises will be kept. But beyond that, what else could you tell us, Sheriff? Having as much information on hand would be useful in our investigations.
Nothing more that I can share presently. After the conclusion of this meeting, I will direct you to the acting Scourge, Mr. Al-Qadira, and he would gesture to the man in the white suit, who is leaning against the wall, who is now standing quite a bit more straight and nodding.
Oh, well, I do love a private visit. Thank you.
He will speak with you in one of the breakout rooms regarding what it is that he has discovered. What we wish for more than anything else is the continuation of our court here in this fair city. The court that founded this city. The court that has stayed with the city since the very beginning. The preservation of a legacy that has lasted more than 200 years. Even if the city isn't that old.
Lucy's going to reach up and kind of tug on Clayton's sleeve to get his attention.
He'll lean an ear toward her.
Is it okay to ask questions?
I'll answer any questions you have later.
Okay, because this one's important. I've gotten in trouble for this before.
And he'll actually turn to her. What do you want to ask?
Oh, okay. So I've done jobs like this before, and I went and reported back in, but that person wanted me to read between the lines, so I got in trouble. But then I thought I was repeating between the lines on the next job, but I was supposed to report in and get further orders, and I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do at this point, because these guys are really more scary than them. I don't want to get in trouble.
You see, for the rest of you, you see that the pair of Ventru who stand at the apex of the room. Celeste's lips curl in a smile, whilst Lucius's kind of bear this interested look.
It's hard to navigate both. But you must try to do both.
In order to answer the asked question a little more clearly, Lucius would speak up.
She's going to basically snap to attention and like kind of put her hands behind her back.
All that I personally would expect from you is that if we ask you for information, you provide it. If we tell you to wait for further orders, we will tell you to wait for further orders. Some of us thrive in the double dealing of the reading between the lines and things of that nature. But in this particular matter, we can't afford such things.
Okay, thank you.
When this
That makes
court
things much easier.
when this court asks something of you, you will know. And you can tell that, like, Lucius doesn't sound exasperated or anything giving that response to Lucy.
Thank you, Sheriff Shador.
Yes, thank you.
And
And she'll give a bow.
And he'll nod. Whilst Celeste's grin just kind of slowly grows. The look on her face is a little concerning. She's not really a woman known for smiling quite that wide. It's a little unsettling.
Clayton is not going to poke that bear.
That's for the best. But yes, once prompted by the acting scourge, you will do further investigations on the ground. any information you have will be referred back to the court, either directly to myself through one of my hounds or to Mr. Al-Qadira.
Yes, and if we are to find them sinners, would you have us purge the sin or lead them back to the light?
You are authorized to the tradition of destruction only as a last resort.
The light it is.
With one exception. If the betraying members just so happen to be turning their back on us, to the darkness that is our ancient enemies in the Sabbat, then by order of the current eldest, Seneschal Selena, they are to be considered those who were blood hunted. And they will be given no quarter.
Naturally.
Whatever happens with them after that, should you find such to be true, is up to you.
Yeah. The hands of the witnesses shall be first against him, to put him to death, and afterward the hands of all the people, so he shall purge the evil from your midst. He says this almost like as if no one else is in the room with him before that he nods. Your will is mine. Understood.
Very well. Then mingle as you must. And once you are ready, find Mr. Al-Qadira. And he shall brief you. Formally, you are dismissed.
And
My
Ashton will
thanks.
bow.
Many thanks.
Lucy will just thank you and kind of do a little curtsy.
I
Good
just
will
give a
bow.
slight bow.
Give a deep bow.
Okay. Okay. So we'll give you a moment to have a look around the Elysium. This fancy ballroom with the throne at the back and another room behind it. A little odd for such a grand display.
We have the moment to kind of intermingle with the characters in the scene, right?
Mhm.
Cool. Valentina's gonna go bug Raven, as she does.
Okay.
He's technically her landlord right now. I got it. Dear, Raven is a token, the adjunct of beauty. And though none of that is seemingly of meaning to you, it's that one.
Oh, there's actually a character named Raven. I thought you were going to
Yeah,
talk.
there is a character named Raven. Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
Yep.
I point out to the young, very androgynous individual with red and black hair and sort of gothic attire, tattoos on one side of him, and at this time he's
They are pretty.
quiet. We've become familiar in the past few nights, and it is within cordial means that I go ahead and speak with him. You stick close to Dr. Wellsworth.
I will.
Good show.
This is all scary. I've never had to do this alone. Actually be up around people. They usually just put me in the corner.
Well, you're no longer restricted to the corner. You're your own kindred now.
I do have more questions. We have time.
We have plenty of time.
I'll leave them to their questions. And go.
Yeah.
If you want to go ahead and have that scene.
Okay, I was going to let you finish yours before I start picking Coffee's brain. Or, I'm sorry, Clayton. I have to learn new characters.
Yeah, no. Valentina is going to be badgering Raven about mundane things that Nosferatu is probably not even going to care about, let alone care about.
I am going to be locked in prayer.
Okay, Clayton. First.
Yes.
What the hell is Luxus Sangria Noxious?
Lacrimus Sanguine Noctis. That's Latin. It's hard. Lacrimus Sanguine Noctis is... Well, it's a long story. But suffice it to say, it culminated in an event in which the Tremere nearly wiped out all of Brisbane.
That's bad.
Very bad. And as such, they have been outcast from the city for the most part. However, Prince Maylin and her forgiving grace had been trying to mend ties, even if they had gravely hurt the city. So, the thought that they would be potentially thinking about doing something else just as bad, such as defecting from the Camarilla, would really put a sort of ill on them. And I don't think that many liked Prince Maylin, but I don't think any of them would have crossed her either. And in this particular regard, they would be crossing her wishes, as she is still prince of this city, and her seneschal is acting in her stead.
Okay, so I understand that. And I forget the word. The ones that we're supposed to kill on sight if we find out they're that.
Sabat.
Those. That's it.
The Sabbat. Now they're a nasty bunch. No regard for mortal life. No regard for maintaining order. No regard for maintaining the masquerade, which is the single most important rule, which the Camarilla and the Anarchs can agree upon.
Oh, so that's how they're different from the Anarchy ones?
Yes. The Anarchs, we can at least agree that the masquerade must be maintained in order to protect all of kindred kind. And in such, protect all of mortal kind.
So Sabbat are kind of like Anarchy Plus?
True anarchy is really how I would describe it, yeah. They're zealots, they're fanatics, they're hell-bent on becoming the monsters that we try to avoid becoming. They embrace monstrosity, where we strive for order.
They sound like the crazy one.
And they would say the same about you, for being part of the Camarilla. It's a matter of perspective, but in all honesty, that kind of disorder is not good for anyone, mortal or kindred.
I see why we gotta kill them. Because those would be really bad to have a...
They would create dissent. They would create more chaos. They would widen the cracks in the tower that already exist. Anarchs and Artarchs can handle those. Sabbat, they're a whole different can of worms.
Are they any stronger than normal, like ones of us?
Can be.
Or is it just the same, like, the older ones are scarier?
You remember how I told you about the taboos of diablerie?
Yes.
You're speaking this quietly, yeah?
Yes. Very quietly. At least that portion.
Good. Okay, continue.
Well, let's just say the Sabbat get drunk on such things, and we'll leave it at that.
Oh.
So, the potential for power is high. The potential
They're probably
for...
batshit too.
Well, that's, I suppose, how you feel about religious fanatics. Whether they're disturbed, whether they're misguided, or whether they're just...
Oh, I don't think that about all religious people. I just think that if you believe in something way too much, then you have to be crazy.
Well, to a degree, I feel that way about the Camarilla. Maybe I'm crazy too, he says with a bit of a grin. But...
Well, if you were completely sane, you'd be boring.
Well, I'm so... I suppose I'm flattered that I'm entertaining, at least. I've been told many times in lectures, or at least seeing sleeping individuals in my lectures, that maybe I'm a little old, a little boring.
I think those are just lectures. Anybody can fall asleep during a lecture. But I've never fallen asleep when we've just talked.
Well, if I do a lecture on the various things about the history of the Camarilla, the history of Brisbane, or any other matter like that, I expect nothing less than the potential of falling into torpor out of boredom.
I'll try not to.
If I expect that, then my expectations are very low, and therefore very easy to exceed my expectations.
That's true.
So keep that in mind.
How am I doing tonight? I'm really scared that I'm going to screw stuff.
This being your first Elysium, you're doing fine. There's a couple of things that we can go over as far as etiquette and decorum that we can improve upon, but there are
Okay.
more formal Elysiums later down the line that we could put that to use at that time. For now,
Okay. I'll have to practice.
you're fine.
Yeah, you would know, Clayton. There's like this. You've kind of seen it as like a 5-level system.
Hmm.
When it comes to Elysiums, level 1's your most casual.
Just the everyday thing. Yeah.
Yeah, which is like the everyday. This one's a little bit more formal. This one's a level 3. And you've been there at a level 5. A level 5 is usually formal ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
It's the granting of title, it's the
Celebrations of every kind, yeah.
Celebrations, it's judgment of kindred.
We will have to get you a very specific dress for celebrations and things, and that'll come with time. But for now, you are doing just fine, Miss Lucy.
Okay. Yeah, we can. If I would have known that we're going to come here, I would have tried to get clothes before.
It's kind of a sudden summoning, so
Given how unprepared we were, I think we made out alright.
I think I at least look good enough. I mean,
You look
I'm not
fabulous.
as pretty as some of the other people here. At least the clothes match. And she's just going to kind of look around. That's okay. I'll trust you and what's the lady's name?
Ellison.
Allison. I'll trust you and Allison. Allison has good taste too. And she knew what my size was. That still impressed me. I don't understand how she did that.
You understand why I hired her then.
Oh. Yeah, seeing what she does. Like, honestly, it's a force multiplier.
She and I have been working together for about 7 years now. Really couldn't do my job without her.
Honestly, the thing I like about her most is she isn't scared of me.
She's seen a few things. Your looks doesn't even tip the scales.
you've also noticed that you know, Some of the people who you've seen in like Elysium before when you've been told to go stand over in the corner, who classically might have gagged when they looked at you, have kind of looked at you. They don't let their eyes linger. They make a clear point of looking away, but they're not gagging to themselves. So you must be doing something right.
Oh, okay. That'll kind of give her a little bit of confidence, and she'll stand up a little straighter. Okay. I guess do we have to talk to anybody else before we go talk to the Scourge? Remember
Well,
his name was.
if you have anyone that you would like to specifically talk to, you're welcome. You are a recognized individual in this city now. Therefore,
Oh, what?
if you wanted to go and mingle, you can. I intend to mingle
I
a
don't
little
know
bit
anybody
myself.
else. You want me to just wait here, or should I follow you?
I'll leave that up to you.
Okay, you probably want to talk about stuff with other people. I'm going to just go ahead and going to stand here, and I'll wait for everybody to go see Mr. Al-Qadira.
We'll probably all meet up here in a moment to do that. But, you know, somebody catches your eye, go and say hello.
I do want to talk to the rest of our story, but I think I can wait to do that till we're out of here.
And
Suit yourself.
whilst Clayton, you and Lucy talk, and Valentina and Raven talk about Toreador things. Is there anything of like major note you want to bring up to him, Valentina, or is it just mundane like fashion, 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 beauty, beauty, beauty? Thank you for letting me stay in your house, kind of.
Oh, no. There certainly is something I'd like to ask. I couldn't help but notice, dear Raven, a rather avoidant upon my entrance. It's a little hurtful. I was most excited to see your reaction above all others.
Avoidant? What would I have to be avoidant of?
He says, looking away. Well, that's precisely what I'd like to know. All things considered, you are the one holding some realm of influence over our situation, if it were.
Look, my entire job is just to keep things pretty.
Oh, certainly. But you have your tastes. Well,
Yeah, I can't disagree with that assessment. That, yeah, tastes.
I don't have any insight for this.
You can go ahead and make the roll. The difficulty's not very high.
Yeah, I want to make the roll.
You may.
Oh, what are we going off of? Is it wits?
Yes, it'd be wits.
I'm tempted to blood search for it. You say it's not very high. I'm tempted to try and get it, though. Whatever. It's fine, right? Now it's not fine.
Even
That's
hungrier.
okay. I have other things going on tonight. It'll be fine.
Sure it will.
I'll hunt fine. I have a herd. Well, we'll be making a herd. That's 3 successes. I'll take it.
Oh yeah, that easily makes it. Yeah, it's like difficulty 2.
I only
he
had
kind
2
of
dice.
so he's just gonna be like, I look, I'm gonna level with you right now. My tastes and the tastes of like every other Toreador in this city are so markedly different. The only reason this place hasn't changed is because the former people have notes. And I got
see.
told that in no uncertain terms by the former Scourge that if I didn't stick to those notes, he would what was the word that he used? Pin me over the the rooftop balcony of one of the tallest buildings in the city by my nuts, so that I could wait for the sun to rise.
How eloquent. You know,
He
considering Al-Qadir, I almost think that that might be a compliment.
Well, it wasn't him. That was the former
No.
Scourge, Xavier, and he hated everyone.
Ah. Shocking. I remember meeting him some decade ago. He was rather quite pleasant.
You met him very fleetingly. Like, he was at court when you were first introduced and you first met Prince Maylin, but he didn't say very much. He was kind in the things that he did say, but he didn't say very much. And you saw that like he was gone very soon, at basically the moment that he was able to leave, he left.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, he didn't like people of any description. I don't want to think about the number of bodies that he swept under the rug, tradition of destruction or not.
Well, it tends to be many Scourge. As far as I've come to understand. My dear, you have to know. I was raised among the courts of Paris. A compliment is a threat, and a threat might be an insult, or it might be a compliment. And all the while, you have to figure out, of all the kind words and soft smiles and gentle touches that one might receive, which one might kill you. It's a careful dance, and far more complex than I know what I've seen in many other courts. The only one, typically, being our own Prince Maylin's. That was formerly, of course. Now I'm not sure what kind of court this will become. All the while, having an eclectic opinion is meaningful.
Well, I mean, take it from someone who used to be so far down on the ground floor he was basically stuck in the damn basement.
Well, you
Things
must be
haven't
doing something
done-
right.
Yeah, sure. It's. I'm not gonna hold you. The state of the city has been kind of fucked for a few years, even before Malin left. It's just she was holding everything together, and now she's gone.
And that's a shame. But, though she's gone, I don't believe her legacy is wholly dead.
No, no, it's not. At least, not yet. Clearly, someone or someone wants to bury that. I mean, you guys wouldn't have been talked if that wasn't the case, right? Because who stands to gain from betraying the tower?
Betray the tower and you're hardly standing. If even that. Certainly nasty business. But, that
Sure.
said, my dear Raven, thank you.
Sure, at any time.
I hope to be meeting with you sometime later. More pleasant conditions. Might speak a little bit more candidly.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that sounds nice.
I'll give you a ring. Ta-ta for now.
See ya.
Poor Raven. He's like, I have no business being here. And Valentina's just like, it's my boy.
That is exactly correct.
This is my boy, Raven. He's my homie.
What's going on? And Ashton, you said you were just kind of there praying, right?
Pretty much, yeah. He knows no one in this room, so I mean,
No, most of the people that you know aren't here.
yeah. So he's going to his default and is just viciously like praying to himself.
Well, whilst he does that, Judge, what are you doing?
Judges, I've kind of taken the time to just sit down at the table and not really overall staring at everyone, but trying to remember faces. You never know when you might run out or across kindred throughout the city, and it's best to at least try to put names to faces if you do run across them. So,
Sure, okay. While you do that, go ahead and give me a wits awareness, please.
all right. Man, that is a one. Yeah, I'm not wasting my willpower. It's just going to be a one.
Alright, we'll leave that there then. You don't gain anything super meaningful, but perhaps I might be able to work something in a little later. Alright. And finally, Skye.
Just standing off to the side, watching the crowd. No one's really caught my eye to approach or anything. Until the rest of the group's ready to go and talk to the Scourge, I'm going to keep to myself. So, listening in on the talk the doctor had with Lucy was a bit entertaining.
Okay. You can go ahead and make me a wits awareness as well.
Oh boy. One.
Oh wow. Okay. Wonderful.
No awareness.
Then we'll leave that there for you two if you're staying off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
Since I'm kind of standing off to the side after, would I be able to try?
Yeah, you can try. You can go ahead.
Okay. And this probably wouldn't involve instincts at all, right?
No.
You know what? I'm going to rouse for this. Because I'm just
Okay.
paying attention to everything that's going around. Okay.
You don't get any hungrier.
If that's not high enough, I can willpower.
That's 5 successes, though. You're more than fine. Lucy, you hear a lot of things discussed. The words kind of filtering into your ears as you listen. You pay attention to body language and things of that nature. And you hear mention of some concern between two not very well known kindred. They're members of the Corps, but they're not, anybody of major note. Talking about different events that have occurred in the city. Least of all being some of the increased violence across the south side and the presence of the human element in hunting and things down there has gotten more and more and more prevalent. You also hear mention of something strange, a crazy person, as they describe, with it's like running around with like a crossbow shooting kindred.
Would I have heard them say where that person's at?
Not a specific place in like major, just south side somewhere.
Okay.
It's where they seem to pop up.
Okay. I'll hold on to that for when me and Clayton get alone.
Okay. Clayton, is there anything else that you wanted to do before your meeting with Nazir?
Just mingling, saying hello, kind of getting the general feel of how individual kindred are doing, since I haven't seen some of them in a little bit of time, and others I've seen more recently. Just kind of approaching people and not just listening in to get the gossip, I suppose. little bit more
okay.
direct that way.
Okay. Can you go ahead and make me a charisma awareness then?
Alright. If my roll 20 is actually going to cooperate with me. There we are. That's 2.
Yeah, you don't hear anything majorly like important. Like nothing that kind of strikes you as, oh, that's something to investigate, or oh, that's interesting. It's basically a lot of menial stuff for you. But okay.
Still important, but still
Yeah,
just
certainly important.
making my presence known as an entity of this court still.
Yes. Okay. And you will. Listen, you'll make your pleasantries, and then you guys will go ahead and meet up to talk with Nazir. But I think before we do that, we're gonna take a little break.
Okay.
It's been a little bit. Let everyone get up, get some water, bio breaks, things like that, and then we'll get into the scene where you guys have a chat with the acting Scourge.
Hell yeah.
Be right
brother.
back, everybody.
Let's.
Let me know once we're back.
Yeah, you're back. I already did.
Okay, cool. Welcome back, everybody, to the first session of Brisbane by Night Hellfire. When we last left off our dear coterie, they had a summoning to Elysium and all of the fun that comes with. But now they step into a different arena, a more private talk. Okay, it's just quiet to start. A more private talk with the acting Scourge. One Nazir Al-Qadira. Being led off into a side room in this building, the Treasury Casino. Of course, far and away from the lights and sounds of actual gambling. You find yourselves, the 6 of you and him, in a small meeting room. Him not specifically saying anything as you all enter, but coming to take a seat at the head of the table. And he would gesture to you all. Please, come, sit. We shall discuss.
Clayton will give a acknowledging nod and start to take a seat at the table.
Of course. I do the same.
As do I.
Here.
Follow.
Find a place to sit.
And as you all sit, Nazir would kind of lean back in his chair. Now that we are more alone, I should inform you that things are a lot worse than we could ever hope, truth be told.
That's unfortunate to hear.
The fractures are everywhere. As if the unification of the tower itself crumbles in favor of, at a minimum, clan allegiances. Of the major proponents of the city, we can only confirm that 2 are still truly loyal to the Ivory Tower. Toreador, the Clan of Roses, and Ventru, the Clan of Kings. Every other major player is assumed to be, at a minimum, separated, but at max fractured. From the main edifice, to say nothing of those that are considering defection or separation into an autarky. If you asked me where to begin, I would tell you where do you want to begin.
Well.
Huh.
Oh, please, Ms. Visage.
I think a better question is, rather than where to begin, is where did it last end off? What was it that defined the pillars before, under Prince Mayday?
The 3 pillars of the city have gone through 2 distinct changes before now. The first was Lacrima Sanguine Noctis, the Night of Bloody Tears, where the Tremere were removed and replaced with Clan La Sombra. The others is where we find ourselves now. The only 2 that can truly be trusted are Clan Toreador and Clan Ventru.
So what you're saying is we get the pick of the litter?
More or less.
Isn't that an interesting stage? get to choose the next protagonist of this story. Very well.
Then I suppose it would come as no surprise to you, Mr. Alcadera, that of course we do have to ask you blatantly where you lie.
Lie about what?
Where you lie in this whole fiasco.
Oh, where I lie.
Obviously, you're not a Toreador or a Ventru, or Tremere for that matter.
Certainly not. I am none of those things. In fact, my particular clan's presence in this city is minimal at best.
With such a small
And
presence of your clan in the city, clan alliances are typically favoured in that regard. Making friends amongst the pillars being at the utmost secondary.
oh, certainly.
So, by
Where
answering
I-
indirectly, and without a direct answer, as of yet, I'm not questioning your allegiances to the tower.
I would hope not.
But I felt it was important that we get that off the table so that anyone at this table who does feel as if you would be a starting point would be listening, been understanding you and your position here.
I could certainly understand the thought process that would go behind such a thing, but I must assure you that my loyalties and the loyalties of my sire lie directly with the tower and its interests. It would spit in the face of a union most holy for me to go against such a thing.
Clayton is still gonna inside check him.
Yeah, by all means.
So wits and insight?
Yes.
I would like to as well.
You
or at
also
least
may.
I'll in. Or should I just assist Clayton?
You can make your own.
Okay.
That's really what he was prompting, is for other people to be. Not that Clayton necessarily doubts Alcadera, but that
Two for
he
Clayton,
wants to
3
train
for...
the others to be watching for rehearsed answers.
That is certainly fair. But even 2 is enough. He's being completely and totally transparent with you right now. He and his sire, their sensibilities lie with the tower and its interests, and they feel that they would be spitting in the face of a holy union to break that trust.
All
That
things considered, he's in a very good position. I mean, he gets to fulfill his appetites and all the while serve his interests. What is it? A judge? All things said, that's me as a player being like,
Lucy's going to raise her hand.
you have a question.
Well, a question and an observation. The observation, I don't think anybody should suspect you, because if you weren't trustworthy and the people that are giving this task to us, then the whole thing is screwed, like, from the get-go. So you guys have to at least be in. Otherwise, it's over. But my question is, usually when things like this, I've had to before, we start with someone really low level. You find like a string and hanging off the rug and just start pulling it, and it'll start going up and up and up. And then you'll eventually get to where you need to be and get all the information you want. Do we have any strings that we know of?
Technically, there are many different strings that you could pull for any of the clans that I haven't mentioned, including my own.
Okay, so no one's suspected, but everybody's a suspect.
The sheriff has his thoughts about the Tremere, and I cannot fault him for those thoughts. The Tremere, to put it bluntly, they endangered everybody in the city that night. And it was Mei Lin who kicked them to the curb. Rightfully so. They threatened the largest gem in her crown.
The Tremere are still under the purview of Regent Elias, are they not?
Correct.
So if any are acting outside of his will for the Tremere,
then they would be distinctly dealt with in the way the Tremere deal with themselves. Whilst the sheriff has good thoughts to question the Tremere, given that they have been slighted, with good reason, mind you, but slighted nonetheless, I don't believe it behooves them to act out of line. Especially given the fact that especially with Malin's absence, giving them the mother of all positions. Our acting prince is a Tremere.
Senator Selena has her own games that I'm sure don't even involve most of the Tremere.
Very likely, but the fact that they have such a position of power,
would benefit them. Yes, in the current moment.
Yes, it would benefit them to stay put.
To not rock the boat, as it were.
Yes, wait for the girl at the very top to throw down an apple of succulence to the poor, hungry Tremere. Well, my mind goes to everyone else. This city has many secrets. And whilst I don't doubt individual members, I do doubt that the traditionally Camarilla members of the Malakavian, or clans Malakavian and Nosferatu would keep themselves out of sorts with the right temptations. No offense. And that's to say nothing of the rest of those who are aligned with the Ivory Tower but still sit on its fringes. Such as those of Clan Gangrel who have decided to remain with us instead of departing like the rest of their kin.
But as you said, no one individual really stands out as a suspect. in this particular moment. It's just speculation as to current allegiances and previously known ones. As far as clans are concerned.
And that is the long and the short of it, yes.
Then perhaps another way to frame perspective. Rather than who's suspicious, who's confirmed, one in a part of the tower currently. Do we have names, faces?
Well,
Who is assured loyalties?
well, my mind would start with each of the Perimegon. Jules Sawyer, Kadif, Isabel Hansel, Gangrel, Twist, Nosferatu, Therese Swilton, Malkavian, Katarina, Banu Hakim, Ryan Strauss, La Sombra, Victoria Pereira, Ventru. All of the Primogen have been here since the city's founding, with the exception of Jules, who is Jules and Mr. Strauss, both of which were additions after the removal of Malleus from the title of Tremere Primogen.
Mr. Sawyer and Mr. Strauss have been distinguished members of the Primogen Council for many years as well. Then,
That they have.
well, at this particular moment, it sounds like individually questioning each and every kindred in this city at the moment and trying to determine if they're being surreptitious or if they're not. Direct line of questioning is always a route.
Yes, but
Pardon me if I may interrupt, but I feel that there is an angle that we are not going over either. For many people to switch loyalties, there needs to be an advantage or usually pressure to switch sides. Some form of gain that they are not currently getting for some, which usually means a hotbed or a fire is lit. With the current state of the city, what are the most troublesome areas? Who is getting pressured the most out of the Camarilla? Yeah, I suspect those would give the most reason to change. And we should probably start there.
Just a thought. Rather than flying blind.
If I remember correctly, the south side, as if we were told, was a little heated. Perhaps some observations in that side of the city would do us some good, give us some guidance. Something about a maniac with a crossbow and violence. singular maniac with a crossbow, I think.
So I've heard. But if we're talking about external attack vectors, those without, the south side is a hotspot of activity. I've heard the reports, but have nothing substantiated at this point in time. And he'd go over to a whiteboard and with his phone he'd project a map onto the whiteboard that he could draw on. He's not like the drawing itself is just on the whiteboard. He's just projecting an image of a map on top of the whiteboard. Yeah. And he scribbles out one area that kind of marks the south side from east to west, from coast all the way over to closer to like Springfield. It's a large swath of area. We have reports of incursions from the south. Those of what they're thinking is the court of Sydney. Or what's left of it.
Incursions from Sydney.
I know you full well know the former court of Sydney. The former Autarchus prince, Sarkasian, was put to the final death by Prince Malin. When he himself decided to make himself known in the city. But since then, the city to the south has gone silent. Kindred that go in normally don't come back out.
And you have reason to suspect that they're rallying at the fringes of here in Brisbane?
Possibly. Sheriff Chador has been considering a formal recession of the domain's borders to exclude the cities of the Gold Coast. That area has always been hot with combat, but none more so than now, with kindred of unknown loyalties and the Second Inquisition making it a very unkind place to be for any kindred, tower aligned or otherwise.
Do we know who resides in that area?
No one at the Ivory Tower anymore. They all evacuated. But I think the kindred that came from the south are getting bold and are starting to push up against the southern domains of Brisbane proper.
If that's the case, perhaps we should be on the lookout for incitement before it gets too far up here.
I'm going to lean over to Clayton, and I'm going to whisper to him. I heard people talking outside. He's right, the stuff in the south is bad. There's a lot of humans hunting us. there's some asshole with a crossbow running around shooting us. But no one knows who he is. Or she is.
Fuck. That was your thing. I completely forgot that wasn't something to...
Feel with things as heated as they are on the south side, who was it that evacuated from there?
Primarily, it was members of Clan Malkavian. But I can get you a list.
Might not be a bad idea to speak with the Malkavians first. See what they know.
Then the Primogen would be your major stop.
I'm sure.
And Ashton, that thought fills you with dread.
Oh, the thought of the Primogen?
Yes.
Any particular reason?
You've dealt with her once, and she is an eerily terrifying visual.
Oh. You ought
The
to
way
speak.
she speaks, the way she acts, she's 10 pounds of creepy in a 5-pound bag.
You ought to speak with the Primogen. I would advise you bring a clear head with you. She can be a bit much.
I've had pleasant conversations with the Primogen before. We've not had many conversations in the same circles.
In Elysium, you had, yes. You never spoke to her in her domain, only Nova did that.
Yeah. Perhaps we'll catch her at Elysium at one point. Or we could simply pay her a visit directly.
Yeah,
That is
you
what
know,
she
out of all the Primogens, she's actually the one the most open to appointments.
If that is what you wish, I suppose. Perhaps setting something up with one of her own clan might be a little more formal.
If you would like to
I will
take
note.
charge on this.
I am no socialite, but I can certainly make an appointment.
You, as you talk about it, Nazir would kind of be throwing some other stuff on the board. It's a hotspot, but it's not the only one. The Anarchs are concentrating in the north, pressing up against Gangrel territory.
Multiple fronts.
Yes, and that's to say nothing of what's coming west from Ipswich, which is also something we've had to cede.
Driving those who are on the outskirts further inward.
It's a boxing maneuver.
They're trying to get everyone to the juicy center.
It's what they all want.
It isn't to say anything about whether or not these fronts are united either.
No, they're simply all looking at different sides of what they would consider to be a delicious jawbreaker, wanting to get to that center.
It's a matter of who breaks it first.
That's what it feels like.
But the tower is strong, and it's important that we maintain that sort of strongness, that sort of strength in the unity of our people, because creatures of opportunity will attack any weakness.
Certainly. But I believe they're creating their own. We're creating our own weakness. That the weak points have already been found in those looking for an excuse. I just don't know who.
And without knowing who, there's no easy point in all of this. It's shot in the dark.
If it were easy, we would have solved it already.
I'm sure. I'm sure that a coterie such as ourselves would never have been called in for this if it didn't require all hands on deck. I don't mean to speak ill of my coterie mates, but we are all rather new to the city.
Well,
in one way or another.
in a way, yes. Although if someone of my particular skills was called in, it might be a lot worse than what they're telling us.
He already said that.
Well, yes, he did. However, I am putting a lot more emphasis on it.
You're really serious over it, aren't you?
What's
I don't
going
know
on
what
with
it
your
is with
audio,
your
fat
mic,
guy?
but your mic is bad right now.
You just turn a robot.
Yep.
Yeah.
CJ's a robot.
Yeah, but
Well,
he's gonna rejoin, I would assume.
Yep.
Yeah.
okay.
What is it you say, child?
There we go.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Better.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Much.
No, you were audible. It's just there was like major artifacting with your mic, but you're good now.
Okay,
Major
it happens
robots.
every once in a while.
Yep.
I did not hear what you said for record, but
I'll just look at. You're really serious all the time, aren't you? She's going to kind of look at you like, please say no. Please say no. Please say no.
Ashton just sort of like raises the brow, not understanding social cues to save his life. I mean, especially in times like these, one has to stay serious. With death comes suffering. I'd rather avoid any further cause of that.
That I'm aware of. Probably more than a lot of you.
It's a seriousness I've come to respect from the Malkavians.
I've never met a serious Malkavian, but I haven't met many.
I suppose I am your first. Don't know whether I would be grateful for that or not, though. I'm told I'm creepy.
given how you were pretty consistently quoting Bible verses and praying to yourself in the middle of Elysium. Yes, that's a word that you could use.
Say crazy, but far be it from me.
New as most of us are to the city, but not necessarily new to the jihad. So, since we are representatives of the tower, it is a point of order to say. Many of the Malkavian on Southside are evacuates of Southside. Does that mean that the Southside is also our Malkavian primogens domain? Who is in charge of these areas of trouble, so to speak? We need to begin with the traditions and introduce ourselves.
The Malkavian primogen makes her domain in the southwest. Classically, that is the domain of an Malkavian in the city. Across the rest of the south side, though, extending to the south proper and towards the coast, it differs, depending on exactly where you're talking about. Southwestern inner city is a black spot, to put not too fine a point on it. There used to be kindred that ruled a domain around Mount Kutha. But with them mysteriously disappearing, that place has been left. Kindred hunt there, but it's not managed.
Not claimed as
And
domain.
yes, and nary a kindred ever goes up the mountain.
I have another question. People at Elysium tonight heard what our job is. Can that be kept quiet? As you said, we are new to the city. We could pretend to be dissenters ourselves to try to infiltrate and figure out who's who.
The knowledge that you as a coterie are being tasked with something is with investigation is not a major cause for concern. Anyone that would not be forthright with information would immediately out themselves as guilty. What is the concern, however, and it's why that we're speaking about this in more detail behind closed doors, is the exacts of exactly how much we know. That has never been public knowledge, nor should you share it with the court at large.
And what we know
course not.
is very little.
About the specifics of dissenters, yes, but we also talk about it from the point of view of things in the south have been relatively bad for quite some time, but the severity of that is something that was unknown to the court at large. The sheriff, the titled members of the court, the sheriff's hounds, and now you.
Broader information spreading in this regard would probably lead to some panic.
Exactly.
I'd like to point it out that I heard it from others.
Hey, Lethality, I have a
yes.
question for you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go
See you
ahead.
first. No, I interrupted you. You go.
Okay. I would like to point out that I did hear it from other people tonight. So it is
Yes,
spreading, but it's not going to be us. I just wanted to point that out so we don't get in trouble later.
Yes, that man with the crossbow thing you mentioned, and that Ashton seemed to have mentioned as well. That one is somewhat known. It's just simply been difficult getting a bead on exactly who, so that we could deal with them. They've been
Also,
exceptionally evasive.
Do we suspect a hunter? Or another kindred hunting down another kindred?
Given the methods, I'm expecting a mortal of some kind.
You're also talking about mortals hunting us.
They do. From time to time.
Have you not had an experience with one yet?
I've never had anybody attack me that could hurt.
Los Angeles had quite a few. Interesting city, that is.
Valley.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 questions.
Yes.
So question 1, which is very vague, but I feel would be in my purview, given my previous occupation. Who would I know that loves using crossbows to murder kindred?
I'd like you to roll me an intelligence occult. And I'm going to give you a +2 on this.
Oh my.
A plus what?
+2.
+2?
Mhm.
Okay. I'm aroused for this, because this is... I have a potential idea, but I hope it's not who I think it is. Okay. And that would be... Da-da.
Oh.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'm willpowering.
That's 5 successes.
That's 5 on a crit, my dude.
Mm,
You can't willpower if you want, but that is 5.
I mean, that is 5. Yeah. I'll let the 5 ride.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah, fuck it.
Okay.
More. I'll try to fish for more.
No balls, do
Look,
it.
look, crit fishing is fun. You already got 1 crit. What's another?
You know what? Let's see.
7.
Hot damn.
Righty. So,
Hot damn.
Judge, you've never interacted with them here. Because they're definitely, like, beneath where you were. Before you lost the protection of the wings and you became what you are now.
Yeah.
But you do know that there is a chapter of the Society of Leopold here in Brisbane. And that crossbows in specific are a hallmark of, especially if they're hunters, they are specifically a hallmark of very old school hunting organizations. Some of which are affiliated with the movement that you've known as the Second Inquisition. and some that work on their own.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. That's gonna be an interesting one to follow. Second question, which also falls under my most recent occupation. Given how hot the South Side is, how active is the police in that area?
Quite active. Like, if there was like a heat map of the city, that's really the major hotspot at the moment. The very north, Chermside and Co, getting up towards Castledine area, and the south side, like the southwest and the very southern edge, getting towards the Gold Coast, getting towards like Loganshire and the Gold Coast. So, places like Logan, Woodridge, Browns Plains, all the way west to like Inala and Richlands, and all the way east to the coast.
Okay.
They're quite active. Like RBTs everywhere, like random breath testing everywhere, call outs everywhere.
So at that point, with it being that hot, it would be safe to assume that wouldn't there not be much feeding in that area then? Because I would assume that there would be a lot of massive raid breaches going on if there was active conflict, per se.
You would think so.
Unless someone is controlling the flow of information in that area?
Either someone's controlling the flow of information, or something not masquerade related has gotten them riled up into the point of like someone's going around kicking in doors and shooting people.
Okay. Yeah, we might want to tread lightly if we do go to the south side then. Under no certain terms. Probably the most active were the SIs in the society. It does concern me that, as active as it is, there's not many breaches going on in there, though. Would you know who's potentially controlling that information? Mr.
You're correct.
I forgot.
Yeah, it's Mr. Alcadera, yeah, the Scourge. Not, you are correct. I just... Reports from down there have been rather hot, but at the same time, I haven't been hearing of any masquerade breaches, and neither has the sheriff, to my knowledge.
It would be he who puts out those kinds of fires.
Exactly. So he would be most aware of them. And yet he said nothing. So either he's dealing with it without saying anything so as to keep panic even amongst the inner circle down, or those fires simply aren't happening. Or there's an inferno roiling just under the surface, and no one's caught wind of that ticking time bomb yet. Those are the three outcomes that I see.
Why does something
Note.
tell me it's gonna be the third one?
Because you hope for the best, plan for the worst.
It's worth investigation at the very least.
And that is indeed what we've been tasked to do. So I think we have a frame of reference, we have a starting point. We just need to be careful. Because if we're not careful, we're going to get well, to put it lightly, going to end up on stakes if the Second Inquisition has anything to say about it.
I don't necessarily know if the hunters down there are Second Inquisition aligned or not. Normally, hunter activity in the city has been distinctly not aligned with the Second Inquisition. In fact, the Second Inquisition have been seen to mostly stay out of the city. For some reason or another, their only presence is really at the airport, and that's with those scanners of theirs.
Pressure on all sides. We're pressed up, right up against our ridges.
Anarchs coming from the north, invasions from the west, invasions and possible hunter activity from the south. Everyone's trying to get in on the party. But no one's invited. We'll make sure of that.
We must stand our ground as much as we can.
Very well. It sounds like we're all starting south side then. Would that be correct?
It seems like it.
I mean, if you're still wanting that meeting with my Primogen, I suppose that would be the best place to start.
Indeed it is. She needs to know we'll be passing on through.
Then a meeting with Primogen Swelton it is.
All right.
Question.
Yeah.
Who in here has Auspex?
Hello.
Thank God, because I don't.
I have 2 dots. I got heightened senses and premonition.
I also have Auspex. Since the Unseen and Panacea.
Does anyone else have Sense the Unseen?
No.
I don't have
For
time to
once,
look,
I'm not playing
darling.
an Auspex character.
Yeah. Damn.
Then, Judge, this is all yours. Go ahead and make me a Wits Auspex, please.
Ooh, okay.
Crazy.
Uh,
Here I was thinking about you were about to hit me with a vision of the future.
No, not yet.
Not yet, oh.
yeah, that's 2. I do have. I could try to fish.
You have 2
'Cause
dice
I
you
do
can
have-
play with.
I'll try to play with it. Going
Play
through
with it.
willpower like candy.
Play with your food.
Here you are.
I'm the willpower heavy character, and I haven't spent a single willpower because I haven't rolled any dice.
I have 6
Good for you.
Oh, well, there you go.
3.
Well, that's 3.
Okay. Then you will see a little flicker of air.
Hmm. Flicker.
Yes, a little flicker of air. That flicker does materialize.
Huh.
You know, dears, it's rude to talk about someone because they just might be listening.
Oh, Ashton just like the fucking
And
puts
you-
his
and you
head in
see-
his hands.
And you see a feminine figure dressed in a beautifully traditional Venetian dress, complete with full mask, just
My man,
Eh.
speak and the devil shall appear.
Clayton stands
Why
and
is she-
offers a hand for her to shake. Primogen.
Mr. Wellsworth. It is a pleasure to sense you again.
Hmm.
I want
Pleasure.
to stand up and get behind Clayton. Sorry.
You know, with all the mental chatter, I couldn't help but figure that you wanted to talk. And so here I am. In the flesh.
Oh, well, looks like I didn't have to set that appointment after all.
No, I already would have known if you were that you were coming if you had just simply showed up at my abode. You're very loud, Mr. Sacks.
I mean, I've been told quite the opposite on multiple occasions, but I understand the sentiment, I suppose.
It's not that silly thing you call a mouth.
He points to his brain. Okay, makes sense.
So, Primogen, I'm sure that since you have been in the room, that you are aware of the suspicions going on in this outside of the city. And so, as a result, I would like to ask official permission to do some investigating in the South Side as members of the court's investigative branch.
You have the authority of the sheriff to act as his delegates. Basically, you are a coterie of hounds. And as such, I shan't deny you the ability to go through my domain, the domain of the Southwest.
And should necessity arise, Would that include the south side and towards the Gold Coast?
If you so wish, but the further south you go, the higher the danger rises.
Of course.
Those
Any
sections
insight
of
you might have would be invaluable.
I know much. But I'm afraid, for you, Mr. Wellsworth, my knowledge would not make sense. She kind of takes a breath, like an audible breath in, as if like sniffing. And her eyes turn to you, Judge. You, Cyclops. You know all too well.
I know many things. It all depends on what you're talking about.
Oh, it's okay, your secrets are safe with me. I won't share. But I think your insights in the coming investigation will be exceptionally useful. There's no... I think you've already figured it out. There is no boogeyman organization. Not really. They're all just puppets. Violent puppets of an uncaring, absent god.
Maybe. Who truly knows who we are puppeted by?
Something far more drenched in blood than any of us. Ancient names, but modern faces.
Now that's very concerning.
I know from the whispers of minds that the problems in my dominion are threefold. Something agitates the mortal instruments into action. Something plagues their minds and drives them to fury.
SD, so speaking of things that drive people crazy, this bitch just like appeared out of thin air. I'm gonna make sure there's not any other visitors and pop Oblivion Sight.
Sure. So... Oh, okay, it's actually been a little bit since I've had to think about this one.
And I'll
You
pop heightened senses just to be an asshole too. So sorry, go on.
I'm waiting.
There's no ghosts in the room.
Okay, that's fair.
And that's all you can see with Oblivion Sight.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
While they're talking, I want to hushedly ask Clayton like a couple of questions.
Okay.
Sure, if you go ahead and deliver those upon them whilst well, I will definitely get to that in a moment.
Yeah.
But yes, as she was saying, the first issue is that something drives the mortals to fury. The second is are those who incurse from the south. Just as a point of order note, you technically are far enough. The Elysium itself is in that ballroom.
Just the ballroom.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay.
Yeah.
That's
The building is Elysium grounds so far as violence is concerned, but discipline use is barred inside the ballroom.
all right.
The second is the incursus from the south. The known threat. These kindred from over the border. Their thoughts have no order. Their minds scrambled like eggs on a plate. And the third is that something hunts. Something not human and not kindred. Something else. Something has been made mad. Completely off the hinges of the door of sanity mad. Through the streets it walks, leaving blood and ash in its wake. This thing that resolves not in my mind's eye. This thing that does naught more but screams. In fury, in agony, I know not. But something has occurred. Something has awoken and it is a manifestation of the worst things.
3 distinct threats, specifically coming from the south. That's what you're telling us.
Sparse or intertwined, I know not. The whispers do not speak of such things.
I think we'd also come to a very similar conclusion.
Wherever we tread, we will need to go prepared.
Prepared, yes. Because it definitely sounds very dangerous.
Prepared to fight. Prepared to die. Prepared to kill.
But avoid it, when at all possible.
Perhaps, if you believe in the faith of miracles and prayer.
Valentina is just going to give a passing glance over to Ashton before ticking back to Imogen Sultan.
Pray, O children of the night. Pray to the unforgiving God if you must. For mercy, and the things that stalk the streets tonight, you will not. Nazir's been kind of quiet.
Noticeably.
What? Anything to add, Mr. Al-Qadira?
I'm more concerned about when she got in here.
You didn't lock your door. Probably should have.
These doors lock with ID badges.
Obviously, the security isn't good enough then.
Well, she was already in here.
I wouldn't put it past her.
It's not for me to say. I simply appear when those who wish to talk to me desire to speak. It was your desire that brought me here. Nothing else.
So rather full of the poetics tonight, it seems. All right, well, this has been very enlightening. Very enlightening indeed. We appreciate the information, Imogen Swelton. It's been most useful, and I'm sure Cross? Mr. Cross? Yes. Mr. Cross will prove it very
Yes.
Wait, does it go by Cross or Judge? Is it like a mask thing?
You can call him Judge as a nickname. So you can call him Judge or you can call him Mr. Cross. Either way.
If it's the
Most
cross
people
judge,
call him Judge.
but
Okay, because if it's a mask, I gotta go by Judge because that's the rules. um, I'm sure he will be. It will all be of great benefit to him. Yes, 3 distinct problems. Power that causes mortal kind to riot, something shadowy, was it? And something maddening that leaves blood and ash in its wake. Oh, it sounds so apocalyptic. I love that. I'm sure we'll have our hands all kinds of busy.
Yes, the shadows do indeed sound something that I would be needed for.
So,
I have a couple of people I can call just in case.
So,
oh yes, the shadows. The shadows, they speak. They speak to you. And they speak to you, and they speak to you, and they speak to those who drench themselves in the black ichor. Of a various kind, though. The Magisters use the ichor as a weapon, but there are others that listen to the whispers of the void, that stare into the gaping maw of nothingness.
I just say that Valentina is passing another glance over to Clayton. They're just like side-eyeing at him, like, you hearing this shit? Like, but it's so casual and so subtle.
and that void has been nothing but merciful to me. Who can blame me for bathing in something so kind?
There's nothing kind. There's nothing all about it. It is nothing. The most nothing could be.
Exactly. You cannot suffer if you're empty.
You can always
And-
suffer.
And you get basically the most blunt statement you've ever that like basically she's been clear, but she's been very clearly speaking in prose, basically.
Yeah.
But what comes out of her mouth next is the most blunt statement that Clayton, between you and Ashton, you who have met her a bunch, the most blunt statement she's probably ever said. You sound like a Shalamite.
Do I know what that is?
Be an intelligence of cold.
I don't have dots in a cult, though.
I certainly have all the dots in a cult. I assume I know what a Shalamite is. At least I should know what a Shalamite is, right?
You
What
might,
the-
considering you're getting
what-
called one.
Well, what's your intercult pool?
7.
It's 2 for me, so.
Not without rolling. You wouldn't be able to take half.
I'm kind of curious on what the fuck that is.
Not without rolling? Okay.
Yep,
hold on,
it's
okay.
everyone who'd like to make it into cult may make it into cult.
Alright.
I'm good at just because. Felix.
Three, but I'll I have willpower to spend. I have willpower for fucking days. That I'll just... Yeah, alright, there it is.
Yep, that's a crit right there.
That's 8. 8 for Ashton. 3 for Judge. 1 for Clayton.
I could messy crit fish if I wanted to.
Are you sure you want to?
I don't know that I want to.
Yeah,
Venture
that's what I thought.
decorum is important right now.
So, Ashton, with your like 3rd crit of the night,
Holy fucking cow.
you'll get this.
Okay.
The cult of Shalim is something that is a cult made up basically almost exclusively of those who use Oblivion or have stared into the abyss for a long time. That basically find... They're a nihilism cult that find joy in emptiness. To the point where they want to end everything. And specifically, they worship Shalim, who is thought to be part creator deity, possibly Methuselah of some kind that resides within the abyss.
Go on, then.
There's a lot.
I am much more merciful than that.
You don't sound like it.
Are we here to wax philosophic, or...
No, I have said all that I can say. All that would be understandable. All that wouldn't simply jumble your minds and impede your efforts.
Then I suppose, if there's more insights that you have that you can relay in ways that some of us would better understand, then I suppose we'll be hearing from you.
You will. Valentina?
Yes, darling.
Can I please have a... intelligence resolve?
Oh my.
Oh, let me guess. I'm getting my mind invaded.
Not necessarily.
Oh, that's precisely it. You can't fool me. You put a character with aspects in the room and you're trying to say that's not it. Ha ha ha.
I said it's not necessarily it.
There you go. No? What? How
Two
much?
successes.
2 successes. Okay.
Okay. You feel that the Primogen's gaze lingers on you. And as you look up at her and into that mask, you swear you see the mask smile.
Really? I'm not going to question it, and I'm going to smile back.
Then I do have one other thing I need to do. Can I please get a
Stop.
Felix being
Felix.
a butt?
Yep.
Yeah.
Bapping at all the things that are hanging off of my wall.
Bap him.
I do. Bap,
Can
bap.
everybody make me a wits awareness?
Wits awareness.
Oh, I still have heightened senses pops. I definitely.
I'm rousing.
Yeah, that'll help you here.
Does this involve instincts at all?
It does not.
Okay. I'm going to assume that you'll. Should I ask that, or should I assume you'll tell me?
I'll tell you.
Okay.
Not quite
gonna be
another crit, but still. Damn.
You know what?
can't
I'm
fix
going to
that.
willpower that. Just because I can.
Oh. 6. Oh, there we go. Oh.
Alright.
Mm.
That looks fun. I just tied with whoever the fuck that is. Jesus.
You got a 4.
No, I rerolled. You
Oh,
still
yeah,
see
no, I
it?
see. I see it. Yep, I see it. You rolled. Okay. No one beat her. She's doing that in this case. So all you see is her. Valentina, as you're looking at the smiling mask, all you see is she vanishes. Like right in front of your face. Just gone.
Vanish. That's a fun power.
That was cool. I want to learn that.
That's concerning. Nazir, now speaking up properly.
Yeah, I imagine it would be. You being one of the bosses and all. That's above my pay grade. I'm going to shut up now.
Oh.
Well, if even half of what she said is true, it means that she's loyal and holding down her fort, but that the South is much, much worse off than we feared.
Yeah, I might need to make a stop at my abode then and bring us some backup.
Unpleasantness.
To say the least. Last thing I want to deal with is someone coming in and kicking in my door. That's basically what she just did.
Yet I am not surprised.
There's some
All
things...
things-
Oh, go ahead.
After you.
Oh, I was just going to make a comment on my age. Please, your comment is probably far more important.
I was just about to say that if we have no more questions, then I think it's best we get started on things.
I
A
second
little bit
that.
more. A little bit of pep in our step and some haste in this, shall we?
Chef
After
lot of
all,
Fedor
Chef
questions.
did
Take
Fedor
a
is
wait.
waiting.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Yes, I agree that getting a move on, as they say, is probably for the best.
Chef Fedor did say that time is of the essence in some case.
I have a ton of questions, but I can ask them away.
Sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
and Mr. Scourgeman, I know, like, when I was younger, they'd had spy movies, and they always sweat for bugs. We have something like that? And she's going to point to where the primogen was and just kind of wave her hand.
Normally, yes. However, she is one of the city's foremost masters in the art of obfuscation.
She can come and go as she pleases. Just
Oh.
frightening enough as it is.
Yes, you pair that with the fact that she can know what you're thinking before you think it. She has some preternatural insight.
In the several dealings that I've had with her, that has always been the case.
Dr. Wellsworth.
Yes, Miss Visage.
What did you call her?
Miss Visage.
Oh God, I heard an L in there, like Village. I'm like, what the fuck did you just call me?
Insanity. How dare you?
Miss Visage.
Yes, Miss Vag.
Okay, thank
Shut
you. Edit that out. That's gone.
We're not editing anything out. What are you talking about?
Where might I find you later?
And I'll give the address of the tower. Most everybody knows that he takes up residence there most of the time.
Very good. I'll be seeing you in approximately 2-3 hours from now. We'll be visiting again later tonight. For now, I have a few stops I need to make in preparation. I'll touch base with you regarding everything else on that soon enough, as well as the rest of you.
Look forward to it.
Should any of you need my assistance, you could always reach me there.
Very good to know.
I'm usually with him. So, if you back up, or I'm really good at disrupting things and breaking things and
Quite.
finding out things.
Indeed you are.
So in that case, are we all going to meet at the tower before going to the south side, or are we just going to meet there in several hours?
No, I think going straight to the south side is not the best idea. Preparations should be in order. However, we should coordinate some of that. And I think my office would be a very good place to set up some of those precautions.
Perfect.
Hmm.
We look, we investigate, we don't touch. I think that's an excellent way to go about this for the time being, at least until we have further information.
Need dark clothes. I could sneak around to this. It's really roomy, but kind of loud.
Yes, and
No one is suggesting going anywhere in a dress anyway.
Oh, thank God.
I disagree. Dresses can
I
be
mean,
quite advantageous when you're trying to move around.
I'll
if it
keep
was
that in
black,
mind for later.
okay.
Not when you're trying to scale a building.
All right.
Unless you're worried about impropriety.
And she's just going to grab the skirt of her dress and switch around a little bit. This will get in the way. too often.
A pencil
mean-
skirt, yes.
Is this really a suitable argument to be having in front of commotions over to like skirts?
Oh, please, I'm not here.
You roboted again, CJ.
You roboted.
All right.
That being said.
Valentina's getting up and going.
Apparently, I'm not allowed to talk to Velocity.
No. Cursed.
2 to
Go
3
on,
hours.
What was Lucy about to say?
Lucy's gonna say, "Look, you get your prayers and all your monotone stuff that you say. We're allowed to have a little bit of fun."
Let me just be sure. We are not. Are we going there tonight, or are we just simply meeting tonight?
No, we're not going to be going to Southside tonight. We're
Okay,
going to be
then-
meeting at Mr. Wellsworth's tower tonight.
Okay. Then I do not need to make said preparations. I would not want to bring them out if we were not going there.
Yes, it'd be a shame if you happen to forget your Bible, though. All right, I'm going. Goodbye. She's sick of this. She's done with this entire conversation. She's been bored to death for like over an hour.
Oh no. Clayton's
I mean, to be
not
fair,
far behind.
she's a
Neither is
Toreador.
Skye.
It's really not that hard to bore her.
It's true. That's very much the case. She is indeed very finicky.
But I
So-
tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also.
Right. Okay.
Well,
Does everybody look like they're getting up?
Yes.
Clayton is getting
Yeah.
up, yes.
I'm gonna basically rush over to Clayton. Okay, I have a lot of questions. One, what else supernatural is real? Now they're saying cyclopses and gods. I know about werewolves. We lived close enough to Canada that was a thing. What the hell?
The poor girl is confused.
My darling,
We-
I will explain on the ride home.
Okay.
As
Also,
Ashton leaves, he just is like, ghosts are real. Fucking dips.
Clayton.
also, she had a really pretty mask. I didn't know we could get masks.
Ancient Venetian, I think.
It doesn't have to be exactly like that one, but I never thought about a pretty mask. They just started using these, during that whole big outbreak thing. And it was easier than wearing a scarf or...
Probably because that's which you are carrying tonight is a lot more socially accepted than a full Venetian mask outside of a ball.
Sorry, could I go in here and add in? In our canon, we've kind of casually glossed over COVID and have decided it's not canon in this setting. So I'm just thinking that she's talking about like swine flu from 2010 and has been wearing a mask for like
That's
a
fine.
decade.
Pick an epidemic that everybody freaked out about.
Yeah, she's
Ebola.
she's keeping it vague on
to be
purpose.
fair, they're actually
Yeah,
like
swine flu,
especially
avian
in
flu,
Australia.
Ebola.
Yeah,
I mean,
Well, in the States, like especially in the western parts, there was actually like a really nasty bird flu outbreak, like
yeah.
2021, 2022.
There you go.
That got glossed over because of the fact that the world was in a pandemic because of the coof.
We had first
Cool.
pandemic. What about second pandemic?
Pandemic
Yeah.
Part 2.
electric
Electric
boogaloo.
boogaloo.
We were all gonna make that
Now
fucking
featuring
joke.
the
No,
Bowie.
no, it's Pandemic Part 2 Diarrheic Boogaloo. There you go.
No,
Shut up.
I'm a ra-
That was a
It's-
shitty
it's-
joke, and you should.
it's a,
Shitty
It's,
joke.
it's hemorrhagic, like Ebola. Anywho,
Freeze.
two things.
Do not know the way.
First, Clayton,
Hmm.
it occurs to you that you don't actually know what the Primogen meant when she called Judge a Cyclops. That's not actually a term you've ever heard before.
No, because I don't have dots in a cult.
In fact, it's very likely that no one has heard that term before, not even Ashton.
I was supposed to say I got like 7 dice. If you want to count Kindred as a blood specialty, I have 8 dice in a cult.
First off, it's not, because there is a specific vampiric thing for a cult. Second, it's a rare thing to hear.
That's fair.
The second is Valentina. As you leave the room, where were you headed?
Well, I gave myself enough time that I could go ahead and do 2 things. First and foremost, I need to hunt. That's a given. I spent a little bit too much, exertion flaunting, if it were. The second thing that I need to do is I need to check in with Raven. I did promise that I would be speaking with him later. Now would be that later, because it would behoove me to get a little bit of insight from his perspective. He seems to be more in tune with the kind people down below and what they're up to, what's in culture and fads. Not to say that he'll know precisely what's in Southside, but I will get a better understanding of what's happening in the inner city and how what's been going on the edges have been infecting the internal. The core of it, the heart of the city, is the goal. Therefore, the heart is most important in keeping a strong pulse.
Very well. And as far as you're aware, Raven is still in the ballroom.
He certainly
But
is.
as you walk towards the ballroom doors,
I told him we're talking privately, so I'm probably leaving.
oh, leaving, okay.
Yeah.
Well, as you're leaving then, you walk by a mirror. And as you do, you see your reflection isn't alone in the mirror. The Primogen, smiling mask and all. And as you look to see where that reflection might be coming from, it's just empty air. You look back at the mirror, it's gone.
Games and all. The Clan
Games
of the
and all.
Moon. The Clan of the Moon have been well known to me as tricksters. I should expect no different just by age. You've caught her eye. Volvo, I don't like that.
And as you exit, given the time, I think that is where we're going to end session 1 of Brisbane by Night Hellfire.
Hell yeah, brother.
Sorry we couldn't stream it, y'all.
It's
That's
okay.
okay.
I just had fun
Yeah.
playing. I'm glad we played.
Yeah.
That's all I really cared about was playing the
Yeah.
game.
This was fucking great. I loved it.
Yeah, that's fun.
Apologizing mostly to chat because we can't chat. A chat.
Yeah.
No, I
Great
mean
skill.
normally they'd get a vote, but it's
Yeah.
fine.
You know what? I have just the thing for this. Hold on. Just
What are
hold
you
on.
doing?
Hold
Just
on.
have
Shame,
the
shame,
DM.
shame, shame.
You know what? Instead of
Thanks.
chat's vote, it's tonight. It's the DM's vote.
Yeah, DM can vote.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, fine. We'll do it. We'll do it like that. So, the way that we do XP here in our regular Vampire and Masquerade games is a little bit different than what most people would expect. Everyone will get an amount of XP for showing up, and then we move into voting, which will normally be who pushed the plot, whether that be a personal plot or the actual plot, doesn't matter. Who had the best scene, or who, in this case, it'll be who had the best part of the scenes, because they were basically all full coterie scenes, more or less. And who had the best line. There would also be a normal audience vote.
Also, I met my desire for tonight, so I'm assuming that got me something.
Oh shit! I
Right.
forgot to put one, but I didn't spend any willpower, so I guess that balances out.
Yes. Desires regenerate willpower. They don't give you X. The thing that Raven does, but they won't regenerate your
Okay.
XP.
Okay. So yeah, I get XP back then.
No, you'll just get a willpower back. Speaking of
Right.
willpower regeneration, it is the higher of your composure or resolve. Per session, it's not per night.
Percent. Well, I'm just
Oh.
back at full. Damn.
Yeah, well,
quick and easy.
that's the
Its rules is
actually
written.
the rules
Yeah.
is written
Yeah,
way.
that's
Yes.
fair.
Yeah, don't get too comfortable with that because you will get sledged.
Yeah.
Yeah. Specs knows.
I've seen
Specs knows.
Misery. I know how this goes.
But for XP, everyone gets 2 for showing up.
Oh.
Oh,
there you
wow.
go.
Oh,
Hooray.
baby.
I'm up to 3 now. Look at me.
How are you up to 3?
I had 1 experience left over from character creation.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That makes
Same.
sense.
Now,
Oh
because
wait.
because these
27.
these sessions are going to be very heavily conflict packed. Instead of 1 XP for each vote, it's going to be 2.
Ooh.
Oh.
If there's a tie between 2, it'll go 1 each.
Ah.
Mm. You make
So-
the rules, my friend.
Who pushed thine plot tonight?
I mean, I'm gonna raise my hand because Ventru.
I
do
kind of want to.
I was gonna say, sure, I'll give it to party leader.
Party leader.
Clayton.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I believe that's unanimous.
That's pretty. That's pretty dope.
2 XP for you, Clayton.
God damn.
Who had the best spotlight in a scene tonight?
I mean, I really liked interacting with Lucy.
Shut the fuck up,
Also-
I'm giving it to Lucy.
Yeah,
Lucy.
Lucy.
Lucy was
Lucy
kind of my
definitely.
favorite part of the whole thing because she brought levity, where like I enjoy the intensity of Ashton, but also intensity is a lot for me.
And Lucy's a good counterbalance, I will say that.
Lucy's a good counterbalance in that, so I think that really kind of highlighted Lucy's
Yeah.
ability to look at a situation and be like, still have that little bit of kindred curiosity, even though she may be like technically older. She's still very
Yeah.
young and looking at everything with their bright new eyes, sort of thing. So I really liked that from Lucy tonight.
Like she may be old in years, but she has been very sheltered and kept on a short leash.
Yeah.
And it's showing, and I like that. I like that very
And
much.
she's learning how to be an independent kindred.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think she has a good teacher. Ha ha ha.
I think then that's unanimous.
Yeah. It is. It sounds like it, yeah.
Thank you guys.
That's unanimous to Lucy.
Lucy, she's so cute.
Who had the best line today?
Ashton.
Which
Ashton, God, which of the 3, 5, 6 Bible verses?
Look, Bible verses trigger me. Let's be real.
It's either gonna be that or my leaving comment to Ashton being like, "Don't forget your Bible," like
Yeah,
being a bastard.
I was gonna vote for Valentina for that line.
Yeah, I was going to go either for that for Valentina or when I looked at Ashton. Please, you're not this serious all the time. And then like with the pleading eyes.
All right, so we got two votes Ashton.
No, I'm probably, since everybody or Raven was going Valentina or whatever, the Miss Hoity Toity voting for her too.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So
We were both making fun of Ashton.
Yeah. So just to be clear, Six, was your vote for yourself or was it for Ashton?
Who, me?
I'll vote for me. I'll be selfish.
All right. So that would be what? Yeah. So Raven voted Valentina. Specs is voting Valentina. CJ, you voting Valentina as well?
Yeah, I might as well. I was going to either vote for myself or that, depending on if people want.
That's 3.
I'll vote for Valentina.
That is enough then.
Yep.
Valentina,
Yay.
you get the 2 XP for the line. Now, because we don't have an audience, you said you all agreed that it falls to me as the DM to pick an MVP this session.
Never arbitrary shit you make up just like the rest of the chat. So
my MVP is going to go to Judge.
Yay!
Oh,
Yay.
okay.
I do love Judge's accent, by the way, Volvo.
Thank you.
I think you have very like everyone has, but I think you in specific presented a very interesting full package right up front, and then additionally with the fact that you actually managed to catch that she was that the Primogen was in the room. Because if you had gotten lower on that, you wouldn't have caught her, and she would have just sat there and continued to listen to you guys talk without you guys having any idea that she was there.
God damn. Fuck
Like
yeah,
the
okay.
She's like the fucking boogeyman.
She is, and she's creepy, and
I love her.
Clayton doesn't like her for obvious reasons.
The fact that she was there pretty much that entire time up until then was like, holy shit. Security is not as tight as it probably should be.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like, Nazia couldn't have expected that, like, a Primogen who wasn't even meant to be at Elysium tonight, because those rooms are locked from the outside via ID card. You have to swipe a card to get in.
God damn.
And no one saw her enter. She was just already in there, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm not even gonna be at Elysium tonight."
That's wild. That is
security.
Fucking...
I can help shore that up.
Yeah, I bet you can.
I do love Lucy's reaction that tonight. Yeah, her getting in her. Yeah, never mind. That's above my pay grade. I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, that was really good. I will say that. But no, I have many much plans for many muchness for you guys before you even go to the south side. But I hope you're beginning to realize just how fucked everything is.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
Brisbane is
even
really
the
bad.
courts. Like, where do we even begin?
Yeah, it's we're basically being besieged on all sides.
The
This
the
is just
whole
where
of the
it starts.
court is like, we don't know where to begin, and the coterie comes at them like, where do we begin? They're like, I don't know, pick something. That's the gist of the
We've apparently
conversation
decided-
all of today.
We've apparently decided to go with the most dangerous route.
Yeah,
Go
it's
figure.
not exciting. It's not exciting at all.
I got a few phone calls I gotta make. 'Cause holy fuck.
Before Cross
Oh,
even
yeah,
gets out the door, though, Clayton is gonna stop him and ask him about the Cyclops comment, because that's not something Clayton's ever heard before.
Yeah, because you guys have even
Okay, out of
Ashton,
character. What the hell is a Cyclops?
it's a so you
Slang
know
term
how
for
it's
salubri.
how yeah,
Yep.
it's a name for the salubri.
I gotta learn all the different
Which
clan branches for some of the stuff that's been rolled in for 5th edition, because I don't know them all.
Well, like you
Which
know how
It-
how like the Ventru, right? They're called like the Clan of Kings, and the
Yeah.
Toreador are the Roses, and the Tremere are the Warlocks, and all of
Slang
that.
terms,
Yeah.
yeah.
Slang
Yeah.
terms for the clans. Cyclops is a slang term for the salubri.
Okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
But what did the salubri become 5th?
They're
Salubri.
the same as they ever were.
Oh, so
Yep.
is salubri its own clan?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Technically,
it
yeah.
must be in a book
Barely.
that I've never seen.
Barely, but yes. They're in the
Player's Guide.
player's guide. They were in
Oh,
the
are they?
companion too. They were released alongside the Ravnos and the Zamisi.
Yep.
Oh.
Salubri
I
are
must
very
have
hard to
never
play
seen it.
because they're a walking snack.
They are a walking snack.
Clan Bane, you're extra tasty, but also you have a third eye that's going to bleed every time you use disciplines that require rouse check because fuck you.
Yeah.
Mm.
Judge
Can't
has somewhat of a precaution for that.
Oh, are
It's
you a
not a very good
salubri?
precaution,
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, the salubri.
Okay.
which is funny because he's been wearing a hat this entire time, but you don't see no third eye under it though.
Yeah.
Did this man have precautions?
But yeah, I think that with that being said, we can put an end to tonight's session here on on YouTube.
Yes.
Hi, YouTube, because you're probably
Yeah,
the only one seeing this right now.
Hi,
Fuck with all of
YouTube.
Hi, YouTube.
Unless I can figure out how to run a rerun on Twitch, but that's a whole nother can of worms. But you're probably watching this in the past for us, or in the future for us. So, hi, my internet borked, and so here we are. So, but
You'll see us later.
yes, be sure to do all the things for the algorithm here on YouTube, so that we can get more views, because we're still working on that goal to get to 200 subscribers. So we're with some new shows in the pipeline. I think that's going to be something we can achieve for this year. We didn't make it for 2025, but we'll make it for 2026, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
But yeah, thank you to everybody out in the audience for watching, for coming and watching the VOD after the fact, because internet issues. But we'll keep coming back, internet or not. so that I could, have something on the channel worth posting. So until
I
then,
have an idea for all after.
yep. And so thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you all next time. Say goodnight.
Bye, everybody.
Bye bye.
Good night.